relax, and use headphones. Welcome back, dear traveler, to History Chibi. Tonight, I invite you to close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the sounds of clashing swords and the distant call of trumpets carry you back to a time long past. Imagine the cool morning mist wrapping around you as you stand before towering castle gates. A journey awaits, one filled with trials, honor, and the weight of destiny. This is your path to knighthood. You sit by the fire, warmth soaking into your skin, while the flames crackle softly. The air smells of burning wood, with a hint of stew from the pot hanging over the hearth. Your mother places a bowl in front of you, her hand resting on your shoulder for just a moment. Outside, the wind tugs at the wooden shutters, and you can hear the distant bark of a dog in the village square. Tonight feels different. There's a letter on the table, sealed with red wax, the mark of the local lord pressed into it. Your father's calloused hands rest beside it, fingers stained from years of work in the fields. He doesn't speak at first, just nods toward it. You break the seal. The paper smells faintly of ink and old parchment. The words are clear. You've been summoned to serve. Your heart thuds, steady but strong. This is what boys in the village dream about, leaving home, training to become a knight. You swallow hard, the mix of pride and fear settling in your stomach. Tomorrow, you leave everything you know. That night, you lie awake on the straw mattress. The rough blanket scratches against your skin, and every creak of the house seems louder than usual. Your eyes trace the wooden beams overhead, and you hear your father's soft breathing in the next room. It feels like the whole world is holding its breath. Morning comes early. The sky is streaked with gray and pink. The air cool against your face as you step outside. The ground is damp beneath your boots, grass brushing against your ankles. Villagers gather near the road, their faces familiar. Some nod, others place a hand on your arm as you pass. Their words are simple. Good luck, make us proud, but they land heavy. Your mother hugs you tight, her hair smelling of soap and something warm like baked bread. She slips a small charm into your hand, worn smooth from being held so often. Your father pulls you in for a brief embrace, his grip firm. Keep your head up, he says. Listen, learn, and work hard. Simple words, but you hold on to them. You climb onto the cart that will take you to the Lord's castle. The wooden wheels creak as it starts moving. Wind pulls at your cloak. Fields roll past, dotted with sheep and cows. Birds call from the trees lining the road. Everything seems to stretch on forever. Hours pass. The sun climbs higher, warming your face and making your eyes heavy. You lean back, feeling the rough wood against your back. But as the cart crests a small hill, you see it, the castle. Stone walls rise up, solid and cold against the sky. Guards stand at the gates, armor glinting in the sunlight. Your heart skips. This is real. No turning back. As the cart rolls to a stop, the guard eyes you, then waves you through. The doors are tall, the iron hinges groaning as they swing open. Cool air rushes out, carrying scents of damp stone and something savory from within. A man in fine clothes, his boots polished and cloak neat, greets you. His voice is calm, practice. You're the new page, he says, not a question. You nod. Words seem stuck in your throat. He doesn't wait for a response. You'll find your place soon enough. Follow me. Your boots echo, tap, tap, against the stone floor as you walk inside. The walls are bare, the light dim, but ahead you see the glow of fires and hear distant voices. There is work to be done, lessons to be learned. This is just the beginning. And as you follow the man deeper into the castle, the door closes behind you. The outside world feels far away now. Your journey has begun. The man leads you through a set of heavy doors, and cool air wraps around you like a damp cloak. The walls are high, built from thick gray blocks that hold in the chill. Torches flicker in iron brackets, casting soft light across the smooth surface beneath your feet. You shift your satchel on your shoulder, the strap biting into your skin, and take in the sight ahead. The hallway opens into the grand hall, and you can't help but slow your steps. The space stretches far, with long wooden tables lined up beneath the ceiling so high you have to tilt your head to see it. The air is thick with warmth and the rich smell of roasted meats. Your stomach clenches as the scent of fresh baked bread drifts past, mingling with the tang of wood smoke from a large hearth at the room's center. Flames crackle and pop, sending sparks upward into the hooded chimney. Men and women move about, servants carrying trays piled with food, squires hauling buckets of water, and knights seated at the head table, their voices loud and easy. Laughter rumbles through the hall, underscored by the occasional clink of metal tankards meeting in a toast. The man stops near a side door and knocks. It swings open to reveal a woman with sharp eyes and rolled up sleeves, her hair tied back with a strip of cloth. "This is the new page?" she asks. Her gaze lands on you, quick and measuring. "Yes, ma'am," you answer, your voice tight. "Good. I'm Mistress Elwyn. You'll be reporting to me for now." Without waiting for a reply, she turns on her heel. "Come on, we've got work." You follow her through a narrow corridor that leads to a small room cluttered with goblets, platters, and pitchers stacked on shelves. The air is heavy with the scent of polish and old metal. She gestures to a low wooden bench. Sit. That satchel goes in the corner. You won't need it for what's next. You drop the bag, fingers already feeling lighter without the weight. On the bench, a stack of goblets gleams under the dim light, most of them dulled with smudges and fingerprints. A rag and a small jar of polish sit beside them. You'll start here, Alwyn says. Simple work, but it's got to be done, right? Lords don't like drinking from cloudy cups. Make 'em shine until you can see your face. You pick up a goblet, cool metal smooth in your hand. Dipping the rag into the jar, you begin to rub. The polish has a sharp smell, something like vinegar and old lemons, making your nose wrinkle. The first few swipes smear rather than clean, but you press harder, arms working in slow, steady circles. Your fingers ache after only a few minutes, muscles unused to the motion. Alwyn watches for a while, then nods. Not bad, faster though. There's 100 more waiting. Time stretches, your shoulders burn, wrists sore from gripping the metal. The polish leaves streaks on your hands, sticky and stubborn. You pause to flex your fingers, knuckles stiff, but the woman taps the table. No resting yet. Finish this tray before you stop. By the time you complete the first stack, your reflection begins to appear in the goblets. Wavy and imperfect, but there. Sweat beads at your temple, drying in the cool air of the stone room. The distant sounds of the hall drift in, conversations rising and falling, someone calling orders to the kitchen, and the deep bark of a dog echoing off the walls. When Alwyn finally lets you stop, she hands you a crust of bread. It's rough but warm, the outside crisp and the inside soft. You take a bite, the simple food tasting like a feast after the hours of work. This is just the beginning, she says, wiping her hands on her apron. Tomorrow you'll be serving at table. Keep quiet, keep your head down, and don't spill anything. Lords aren't kind to clumsy pages. You nod, swallowing the last of the bread. Your back aches, legs stiff from standing so long. Still, there's a flicker of pride, small but there. You did the work. Not perfectly, but you did it. Alwyn jerks her thumb toward the door. Someone will show you where you're sleeping. Rest up. Tomorrow's longer. You follow another servant down the corridor, boots scuffing against the stone floor. The halls grow quieter as you go deeper into the castle, the warm smells of the hall fading into cool drafts and the faint scent of damp stone. When you finally reach a small room with straw-stuffed pallets lining the walls, you drop onto the nearest one. The blanket is rough, the mattress lumpy, but exhaustion pulls at you like a heavy cloak. You close your eyes. Tomorrow will come soon enough, and you'll be ready. The morning air bites at your skin as you step into the courtyard. Your breath forms pale clouds that vanish quickly in the chill, but it isn't long before the warmth of movement pushes away the cold. Around you, pages and squires gather in small groups, their chatter low but laced with nerves. The ground is packed dirt, worn smooth from countless feet and scuffed by endless practice. Dust rises in soft clouds with every step. You glance down at the wooden sword in your hands. It's heavier than you expected, the surface rough against your calloused palms. Blisters have already begun to form after just a few days of training. The instructor's voice booms across the yard, cutting through the morning haze. Form a line, eyes up, blades ready. Your muscles tense. The first swing of the day always jolts through your arms, a harsh reminder of yesterday's soreness that never quite fades. You take your place, feet sliding into position. Dirt shifts under your boots, sending a small puff of dust into the air. Strike! You swing. The wooden blade connects with your partner's, the impact ringing up your arms. The vibration is sharp, biting into your already tender fingers. He counters fast, blade sweeping toward your side. You duck, heart pounding, dust swirling around your knees. It gets in your mouth and nose, gritty and bitter, but you push through. Again, the instructor shouts. You reset, swing, block, dodge. Each motion sends your heart racing faster, breath coming hard and fast. The weight of the sword pulls at your arms with every strike, shoulders burning as the minutes stretch on. Sweat trickles down your back despite the cool air, soaking into your tunic. A sharp rap on your shoulder snaps you upright. Sir Alden, the knight overseeing the drills, stands beside you. His gaze is stern, eyes narrowed beneath the shadow of his helm. Your stance is sloppy, he says. Feet apart, balance is everything. Lose it in battle, and you lose more than just footing. You nod quickly, adjusting your stance. The ground is uneven beneath your boots, a small rock pressing against your soul. You shift until you find your center, arms trembling as you lift the sword again. Better, Sir Alden grunts. His gaze shifts to the rest of the yard. Focus. You think an enemy will wait while you catch your breath? Around you, the sounds of practice fill the air. Wood clashing against wood, heavy boots scuffing the dirt, grunts of effort and frustration. Squires shout corrections, their voices cutting through the haze of movement. One lad nearby drops his blade with a clatter, dropping a sharp rebuke. Pick it up. In battle, that mistake costs lives. Your partner lunges. Instinct takes over. You parry, wood scraping harshly as the blades slide apart. A flash of movement. His next strike comes fast, too fast. You take it on your shoulder, the hit sending a jolt through your body. Pain flares, sharp and immediate. You bite back a curse, stepping back to regain your footing. Good, Sir Alden calls. You took the hit and stayed standing. That's what matters. The drill ends with a curt order. Rest. Water if you need it. Be back in 5. You lower your sword, arms aching so deeply it feels like your bones protest every movement. Dust clings to your skin, mixing with sweat and turning your forearms into streaked patterns of grime. Your throat burns with thirst. You find a barrel near the wall, dipping a ladle into the cool water. The first swallow is shockingly cold, sending relief down your chest. Not long after, you're back in the yard, this time lining up for footwork drills. Steps forward, backward, side to side, over and over until your legs feel like lead. The sun climbs higher, burning away the morning chill. Heat settles heavy over the courtyard. Later comes the part you dread just as much, lessons in court manners. Swords are replaced by awkward bows and formal phrases. You stand in a stone hall, trying to remember which hand goes where, how deep to bow before a lord or lady. Mistakes are met with quick corrections. No, not like that. Slower. With grace, boy. It's exhausting in a different way. Holding a sword is heavy, but standing still under watchful eyes feels worse. Every movement is judged, every slip noticed. You'd rather be back in the dirt, swinging until your arms give out. By the time the day ends, your body is sore and your mind fuzzy. The last rays of sun stretch across the castle walls, painting them in gold and shadow. The courtyard, once filled with shouts and clashes, quiets as pages and squires drift off toward their evening tasks. You sit on a low wall, sword resting across your knees. The wood is worn from the day's work, edges chipped where it clashed with others. Your palms sting as you unclench your fingers, but there's a spark of satisfaction under the exhaustion. Not perfect, not even close, but better than yesterday. And tomorrow, you'll be better still. The morning air is thick with the scent of hay, leather, and horses. The stable doors creak as you push them open, stepping into the dim space lit by thin beams of light cutting through gaps in the wooden walls. Horses snort and shift in their stalls, the soft clunk of hooves on wood echoing through the air. Dust motes swirl with every movement, floating lazily in the warmth that radiates from the animals around you. The stable hand thrusts a brush into your hand. Start with that one, he grunts, nodding toward a bay mare. Her dark eyes meet yours, calm but watchful. You reach out cautiously, fingers brushing her neck. Her coat is warm beneath your touch, muscles shifting gently as she adjusts her weight. You drag the brush along her side, feeling the coarse texture of her hair and the soothing rhythm of each stroke. The stable is alive with small sounds, the rhythmic swish of brushes, the occasional stamp of a hoof, and the creak of leather tack being lifted from pegs. Someone nearby struggles with the saddle, muttering curses under their breath. The air is rich with earthy smells, hay, damp wood, and the lingering musk of horses. Once the grooming is done, you heft the saddle, heavier than it looks, and carefully place it on the mare's back. The leather is cool and worn, creaking as you tighten the girth strap. The horse flicks her ears, but stands steady. When the stable hand gives a nod of approval, you lead her out into the courtyard. The early sunlight glints off metal buckles and stirs warmth across the back of your neck. Mount up, the instructor calls. His tone leaves no room for hesitation. You place your foot in the stirrup, push up, and swing your leg over. The saddle creaks beneath your weight. The height feels strange at first, the ground suddenly farther away. The horse is breathing steady beneath you. Your heart beats faster, fingers tightening around the reins. The instructor rides past, his stallion's hooves sending small clouds of dust into the air. Heels down, back straight, he calls, Keep those reins firm, but not too tight. You shift your grip, leather straps rough against your palms. The horse moves forward with a gentle nudge of your heels, steps uneven at first. Every bounce jostles you, muscles straining to find balance. Laughter erupts from a squire as someone else nearly slides off their mount. You grit your teeth and focus. The instructor raises his hand. We trot first, then a gallop. The trot is jolting. Every step feels like your bones are shaking loose. But soon, the pace quickens. The mare surges forward into a gallop. Wind tears at your tunic, pulling at the fabric and whipping your hair into your face. Your eyes sting from the speed, but you lean forward, gripping the reins tighter. Hooves pound the dirt beneath you, the rhythmic thump sending vibrations up your legs. It's terrifying and exhilarating all at once. Speed and freedom wrapped in a blur of motion and dust. After what feels like both an eternity and no time at all, you pull back gently. The mare slows, breath huffing in clouds. Your own lungs burn, chest heaving, but a grin tugs at the corner of your mouth. You glance at the others, faces flushed, hair wild, but all of you share the same look of breathless excitement. There's no time to dwell on it. The instructor waves you toward the edge of the training fields. Dismount. We're heading into the woods. Lesson's not over. The hunting grounds lie beyond the castle walls, a stretch of dense trees and narrow trails. The canopy above filters sunlight into shifting patches that dance across the forest floor. As you walk, the cool shade presses against your skin, a relief after the heat of riding. Pine needles crunch underfoot, releasing a sharp, clean scent. The leather straps of your belt creak softly with each step, hunting knife bouncing lightly at your side. The group halts as the instructor kneels by a set of tracks in the dirt. Deer, he murmurs, tracing the hoof prints. Learn to spot them. If you can't track, you won't eat. You crouch down, the ground cool against your fingertips. The forest hums with quiet life, the distant call of birds, the soft rustle of leaves, stirred by a passing breeze. Somewhere ahead, a branch snaps and your body tenses. The instructor stands. Quiet now. Let's see if you got steady hands. You draw your bow. The string feels taut beneath your fingers, wood smooth against your palm. Breathe in, hold, and out. The target, a straw-stuffed dummy set against a tree trunk, stands still, but your heart races as if it might move at any second. You release. The arrow sails forward, slicing the air before striking just off center with a solid thunk. Not bad. Nearby, someone misses entirely. Another arrow finds its mark dead center. The instructor nods. Better than some, worse than others. You'll improve, or you'll go hungry next time we hunt for real. The lesson stretches on, arms aching from holding the bow, legs tired from crouching and moving through underbrush. Pine sap sticks to your fingers, the scent clinging stubbornly even after you wipe your hands on your tunic. As the sun dips lower, casting golden light through the trees, The group turns back toward the castle. Boots scrape against rocks. Horses snort as you near the clearing where they're tied. You swing back into the saddle with less clumsiness than before, muscles remembering the morning's ride. The journey back is quieter. Fatigue settles deep, a weight in your limbs. The castle towers loom into view, stone walls catching the last glow of daylight. Your stomach grumbles, the earlier excitement giving way to the simple hunger of a day well spent. As you dismount and hand off the reins, the instructor claps a hand on your shoulder. You did well today. You nod, too tired to answer. Dust clings to your clothes, sweat dried in patches, but there's a spark of pride beneath the exhaustion, not just from surviving the day, but from knowing that you're one step closer, one step further along the road to knighthood. Morning training ends later than usual, leaving your muscles sore and your clothes stained with sweat and dust. As the instructor's voice fades behind you, you hear the familiar sound of muffled laughter echoing through the stone corridors, the sound you've come to recognize. There are chores to do, but sometimes, just sometimes, there's time for something else. You round a corner and find a group of pages huddled near an alcove, their eyes gleaming with mischief. One of them, a boy named Will, with hair that never seems to lie flat, grins when he spots you. "There you are," he says. "We thought you'd gone soft." You shake your head, a smirk pulling at the corner of your mouth. "Hardly." He tosses you a small cloth bundle. "You're in. Games start now." You pull back the cloth to reveal a few smooth stones, makeshift dice for a game they've invented. The rules change every day, half the fun being the arguments over who's cheating and who's not. The group settles in a circle on the floor, backs pressed against cold stone walls. One boy flicks a pebble to decide who goes first, and soon the air fills with banter, groans, and bursts of laughter that echo up the corridor. You roll, a good score. Will groans and throws his hands up. "Luck again? How?" "Skill," you say, grinning. A rock comes flying toward you, gentle, just enough to make you duck with a laugh. It isn't long before someone glances toward the kitchens. "Bet there's leftover honey cakes from the feast," another page whispers, eyes glinting. Moments later, you're slipping through the service halls, footsteps quick and quiet. The kitchen is warm, with a scent of baked bread and roasted meats. Pots bubble over the hearth, and fresh herbs hang from the beams overhead. You spot the tray, honey cakes still cooling, golden syrup glistening in the low light. Will reaches first, swiping 2 cakes. You grab one, the surface slightly sticky, warmth radiating into your hand. The first bite is pure sweetness, soft dough melting on your tongue, crumbs stick to your fingers, sugar coating them in a thin glaze. A sharp voice calls from somewhere behind you. "Oi, get out of here!" And suddenly you're running, boots pounding against stone, laughter bubbling up uncontrollably. Sticky fingers leave faint smudges on the walls as you dart through narrow passages, heart racing, the warmth of the cake still lingering in your mouth. You burst into the courtyard, just in time to hear someone shout, "Mud pit!" Of course, rain from the night before has turned one corner of the training yard into a slippery mess. Will shoves you toward it with a laugh. You grab his arm to pull him down with you. Both of you hit the ground hard, mud squelching beneath your weight, cold and wet seeping through your tunic. You scramble to your feet just as another boy charges, tackling you back into the muck. It's chaos. Laughing, shouting, hands grabbing and slipping as you all wrestle. Mud splatters everywhere, streaking faces and clothes. Someone tries to crawl out, only to be dragged back in. Your ribs ache from laughing, your cheeks sore from smiling. Eventually, breathless and covered in filth, you collapse onto your back, staring up at the sky. A few clouds drift lazily overhead, the late afternoon sun casting a warm glow over everything. The mud is cold beneath you, but you don't care. Not with the sound of friends laughing beside you. Clothes ruined, hair matted, and all of you grinning like fools. Will flops down next to you, still catching his breath. "Worth it," he mutters. "Every bit," you agree, wiping a smear of mud from your cheek. A bell rings in the distance, signaling the evening meal. Groans echo around the group as everyone hauls themselves up, dripping and grimy. You walk back toward the castle, boots squelching with every step. The warmth of the hall draws you in, and soon you're standing near the fire, steam rising from damp clothes as you try to clean off what you can. Dinner is a blur of clattering plates and half-hearted attempts at wiping away mud. You sit at the long table, hair still damp, shoulders still shaking with leftover laughter. The stew is hot, the bread fresh, and you eat like you haven't seen food in days. As the fire crackles and your eyelids grow heavy, you think about the day, the games, the stolen cakes, the mud-soaked chaos. Hard work defines life in the castle, but these moments, they make it bearable. Tomorrow will bring more training, more bruises, more lessons. But tonight you fall asleep with a smile on your face. The morning arrives colder than usual. You wake to the sharp bite of air against your skin and the distant tolling of the castle bell. Today is different. The games, the mud, the laughter of yesterday feel far away. Your chest feels tight with nerves, but there's something else. Pride. Today, you take your next step. You dress carefully, fingers fumbling with the ties of a clean tunic. The fabric is coarse, but at least it's free of mud and sweat. You smooth it down, hands lingering at your sides before slinging your belt over one shoulder. The courtyard outside hums with activity, pages being ushered about, knights speaking in low tones. The cold ground presses through the soles of your boots as you cross the stones, heading toward the chapel. The doors are heavy, creaking open to reveal a small group already gathered inside. Candles flicker along the walls, their soft glow casting pools of light on the floor. The scent of melting wax hangs in the air, warm and faintly sweet. Above it all, the sharpness of incense lingers, its smoke curling toward the rafters. You kneel at the front beside the others, the stone floor cold and unyielding beneath your knees. Hands rest on your thighs, clenched tight to keep from shaking. Your breath feels loud in your ears. To your left, a boy you know, Tomlin, keeps his gaze forward, his jaw set hard. To your right, another glances your way, eyes flickering with something between envy and pride. The lord of the castle steps forward, his footsteps echoing through the quiet space. His cloak brushes the floor as he approaches, the faint jingle of chainmail audible beneath the layers of fabric. His face is unreadable, gaze sweeping over you and the others with measured calm. The squire steps forward, carrying a wide leather belt. You swallow hard as the lord takes it in hand. You stand before us today, he begins, voice steady, not as a child, but as one ready to bear the weight of service and responsibility, to act with honor, to defend the weak, to uphold the code you have been taught. His words sink deep, settling like a stone in your stomach. Do you accept these duties? Your voice catches at first, but you push through. I do. He nods, kneeling before you. He wraps the belt around your waist. The leather is soft, worn smooth from use, yet sturdy. The weight of it is immediate, a constant reminder of what comes next. His fingers tighten the strap, pulling it snug before he steps back. Then comes the sword. It's ceremonial, simple but clean. The blade polished until it gleams in the candlelight. He raises it, the edge catching the glow. Cold steel brushes against your left shoulder, sending a chill that runs down your spine. For courage, he says. The blade shifts to your right shoulder. For loyalty. Your pulse pounds in your ears. Finally, he rests the flat of the blade just above your heart. And for honor, do not forget what it means. You nod, words lost beneath the weight of the moment. The blade lifts away. You exhale a breath you hadn't realized you were holding. The Lord straightens. Rise. Your legs feel stiff as you stand, the belt settling against your hips, sword hanging from its side. Around you, other newly sworn squires rise too, faces reflecting a mix of relief and pride. Some eyes flick toward you, glances that hold respect, challenge, and in a few cases, thinly veiled jealousy. As you step back to make room for the next in line, your gaze drifts toward the small window high above the altar. Sunlight streams through, golden and warm, casting a beam that seems to settle right where you stand. Your chest swells, not with arrogance, but with the quiet satisfaction of having earned this. Outside, the courtyard waits. Duties, training, hardship. But for this brief moment, you let yourself stand a little taller. You are no longer just a page. You are a squire. Your days start before the sun rises. The air is cold enough to bite at your skin as you shuffle out of bed, boots scraping against the floor. By the time you reach the armory, your breath comes in quick puffs of steam, fogging the air around you. The armory smells of iron, oil, and old sweat. Rows of weapons line the walls, swords, axes, spears, each needing care. You sit cross-legged on the floor, whetstone in hand. The blade lies across your lap, cool and heavy. With slow, steady movements, you pull the stone along the edge. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound fills the quiet room, rhythmic and calming in its own way. Each pass sends a faint vibration up your arm, and your fingers grow slick with a mixture of oil and metal dust. You lose track of time until your knight enters. Sir Alden, his steps measured, his gaze sharp. "Enough," he says. You set the blade aside, wiping your hands on your tunic, though the oil smudges only spread. "Armor," he commands. You nod and reach for the chest plate. The metal is cold, biting into your palms as you lift it. Leather straps dangle, stiff with use. Fumbling with the buckles, you struggle to fasten them with numb fingers. Sir Alden stands patiently for a moment before grumbling. "Faster. In battle, hesitation gets you killed." Your cheeks burn with frustration, but you manage to secure the last strap. Chainmail follows, heavy and rough, smelling of old sweat and iron. It clings to your tunic, the weight pulling at your shoulders. You grunt under the load but straighten your back. "Good," Alden says. "Mount up." Outside, the morning sky begins to lighten, streaked with pale gray and pink. Frost clings to the grass, crunching beneath your boots as you lead his horse from the stables. The leather reins creak in your hands, and the horse snorts, warm breath clouding the chilly air. You swing into the saddle, legs already aching from the weight of the mail. Training begins in the open field beyond the castle walls. Sir Alden barks commands: ride hard, circle back, dismount, remount. Over and over until your thighs burn and your lungs feel raw from the cold air. Then comes sword practice. You barely catch your breath before he draws his blade, signaling for you to do the same. The steel feels heavier today, or maybe it's just you, tired, sore, but unwilling to falter. He swings and you parry, arms jolting from the force. Your boots skid in the dirt, heart pounding in your chest. "You're slow," he snaps. Another swing. This one catches your side with the flat of his blade, sending a jolt through your ribs. Pain flares sharp and immediate. You bite back a gasp, planting your feet more firmly. Again, swing, block, dodge. Sweat trickles down your back, soaking into your tunic. The metallic tang fills your nose, mingling with the scent of churned earth and damp leather. Your arms tremble, but you push through, driven by stubbornness more than skill. When the drill finally ends, you collapse to one knee, chest heaving. Sir Alden stands over you, expression unreadable. Then, with a small nod, he says, "Better." It's the closest thing to praise you've heard from him. Afterward, you tend to his armor. Sitting in the grass, you peel off the chainmail piece by piece. Your fingers are sore. You work at the buckles, leather stiff and unforgiving. Evening brings no rest. You follow Alden into the great hall, standing quietly behind him as he speaks with other knights. You're there to listen, to learn, but mostly to wait. Hours stretch on as they talk of border disputes and patrols. Your legs ache, feel numb in your boots, but you keep still. That too is part of the training. When the day finally ends, you trudge back to the squire's quarters. Peeling off your tunic releases a wave of warmth, and you scrub at the grime clinging to your skin. Every muscle aches as you lie down on the rough mattress, but exhaustion pulls you under before your head fully settles on the blanket. This is what you wanted, and tomorrow it begins again. Not every lesson is learned with a sword in hand. Today, instead of the clashing of steel or the pounding of hooves, you find yourself standing outside the great hall, tunic freshly scrubbed and belt tightened just so. Your arms still ache from yesterday's drills, but there's no room for slouching here. Sir Alden glances at you, his gaze sharp. Mind your tongue and your manners, he mutters before stepping inside. You follow, boots clicking softly against the stone floor. The hall is warmer than the chilly corridors outside. You smell roasted meats, melting wax, and spiced mead. Velvet curtains hang from the high walls, deep reds and golds draped in folds that brush against your shoulders as you pass. The warmth is welcome, but your palms sweat for a different reason. This isn't the training yard. This is where words weigh as much as swords. Tables stretch down the length of the hall, filled with knights, nobles, and their attendants. Platters piled with food catch your eye. Roasted fowl glistening with fat. Bowls of stewed apples spiced and steaming. The squire passes you carrying a jug of honeyed mead, the sweet scent trailing behind him. Sir Alden takes his place near the front, and you stand just behind his chair, hands clasped behind your back. The room buzzes with conversation, low voices exchanging stories, deals, and gossip. You catch snippets, talk of distant borders, land disputes, and which lords have fallen in or out of favor. Your stomach growls, but you stand tall. The hall's warmth seeps into your bones, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows that sway with every movement. When a servant offers you a small cup of mead, you accept it gracefully. The drink is sweet and thick, warming your throat as it goes down. It dulls the edge of exhaustion just enough. A call for attention rings out, silencing the room. Lord Aemon rises from the high table, his cloak pooling at his feet. His voice is calm but carries easily. Our strength lies not only in arms, but in loyalty and honor. Let us not forget that. Heads nod in agreement. Words like these are said often, but tonight, standing here among them, they feel heavier. Later, as the feast fades into quieter talk and flickering candles burn lower, you follow Sir Alden through winding hallways. The floor beneath your boots shifts from stone to soft rugs, each step sinking slightly. Conversations drift through the corridors, nobles speaking in hushed tones, laughter spilling from doorways. You listen without appearing to, catching fragments of alliances formed and promises broken. Remember this, Alden says quietly. Battles aren't won with swords alone. Sometimes knowing what's said behind closed doors matters more. You nod, words settling in your mind. By the time you return to the quarters, the halls have emptied. Your head spins from the heat of the hall, the weight of the mead, and the sheer exhaustion of standing for hours. It's something about tonight lingers, a glimpse into a different kind of battlefield. No swords, no armor, but danger all the same. As you pull off your boots and sink onto the rough bedding, you think of the conversations swirling above your head. You've trained your body, but your mind too must stay sharp. Not all enemies wear armor, and not every fight is fought with a blade. The air is thick with tension long before you reach the field. Dawn barely breaks the horizon, casting a pale light over the camp as men fasten armor and check weapons. Leather creaks, swords slide from scabbards with sharp hisses, and orders barked in hushed tones cut through the chill morning air. Your armor feels heavier today, straps digging into your shoulders as you tighten your belt one last time. Sir Alden mounts his horse with practiced ease. Stay close. Do as I say, no questions, he orders. His voice is steady, calm, a stark contrast to the knot tightening in your stomach. Your own horse shifts beneath you, muscles rippling under your legs. You grip the reins tighter, leather biting into your palms. Hooves churn the ground around you, and when the line begins to move, you follow, the world narrowing to the pounding rhythm beneath you. Thump, thump, thump. Vibrations crawling up through the saddle into your bones. The ride to the battlefield feels both endless and far too quick. As you crest a low hill, the scene unfolds below. Soldiers lined in ranks, banners snapping in the breeze, the metallic glint of weapons catching the early light. Across the field, the enemy waits, distant figures blurred in the morning haze. Your heartbeat hammers in your ears. Smoke begins to drift across the field, acrid and biting. It mixes with the coppery tang of blood, faint at first, but unmistakable. Somewhere ahead, horns blare, low and mournful, and then the shout comes. Charge. The word explodes into motion. Your horse lunges forward, hooves tearing into the earth. Wind whips past your face, cold and sharp, but your body burns with adrenaline. The pounding hooves around you create a roar that drowns out thought. Just sound, movement, and the thundering pulse of your heart. The first clash is chaos. Swords meet shields with a deafening crash, and the shock of it rattles your arms, jarring your bones. Screams rise, some fierce, others full of raw panic. You swing at shapes that blur in the fray, metal ringing with each desperate strike. Dirt and mud fly up from trampling feet, mixing with blood that spatters across your armor. A man lunges at you, blade flashing. Instinct drives your arm up. Clang. The impact sends a jolt through your shoulder, but you push back, boots sliding through churned earth. There's no time to think, Just react, block, and swing again. A rider crashes past, knocking you sideways. You stumble but keep your feet, sword scraping against a fallen shield. The battlefield is a blur of movement, figures grappling, horses rearing, banners half torn and whipping through the smoke-thick air. Every breath burns your lungs, smoke thick enough to taste, bitter and sharp, clinging to your throat. You duck under a wild swing, boots slipping in mud turn slick with blood. The coppery scent is everywhere now, thick and suffocating. Someone calls your name, Sir Alden. His voice cuts through the chaos. Regroup. You turn, legs heavy, and push toward him. He's dismounted, face streaked with sweat and dirt, blade already stained red. His eyes flick to yours, seeing the exhaustion, the shock. Stay with me, he orders. You nod, breath coming in harsh gasps. The clash continues around you. Every strike sends vibrations through your arms. Every miss could be your last. Fear sits heavy in your chest, but under it, something else. Resolve. And then, suddenly, it slows. The enemy begins to pull back, their lines breaking. Horns sound again, this time a retreat. Relief surges through you, legs nearly giving out. You stand amid the wreckage, bodies, shattered weapons, the ground torn and soaked with mud and blood. Your tunic clings to your skin, soaked through with sweat. The air, thick with smoke, stings your eyes. Around you, voices call out, names checked off, wounds tended. Sir Alden rests a hand on your shoulder. You held your ground, he says. Simple words, but enough. Your sword hangs limp in your grip, blade nicked and stained. You look down at it, your hands mud-caked, trembling but alive. Your first battle survived, but its weight, that stays with you. The battlefield fades into memory, but the duties of a squire never end. War isn't always fought with banners and charges. It lingers in the quiet places, along roads winding through forests and fields where danger waits unseen. Tonight, you ride under a sky scattered with stars, the moon casting a pale glow over the landscape. The air is sharp with cold, every breath a small cloud that dissipates as quickly as it forms. Leather reins creak with each movement of your hands, your fingers stiff despite the gloves. Beneath you, your horse's steady pace sends a gentle rhythm through your legs. Thump, thump, thump. Familiar now, almost soothing in the vast silence. The world around you feels endless. Trees line the road, their bare branches clawing toward the sky. Occasionally, the path opens to wide fields where frost glistens over grass like tiny shards of glass. In the stillness, every sound sharpens. Hoofbeats echo farther than they should, and somewhere in the distance, a wolf howls, a long, mournful sound that prickles the back of your neck. You glance at Sir Alden riding just ahead. His silhouette is a solid presence, unmoving as if carved from stone. Keep alert, he murmurs without turning. His voice is low but carries easily in the cold night air. You nod, adjusting your grip on the reins, your legs pressing lightly against the horse's flanks to keep pace. Patrolling seems simple. Ride the roads, check the villages, but it wears on you in ways the battlefield didn't. The quiet plays tricks on your mind. Every shadow seems to shift. Every rustle in the underbrush pulls at your attention. Fatigue creeps in slowly, the kind that settles deep in your bones. Eyes heavy, you blink hard, shaking your head to clear the haze. Hours pass. The road winds through a narrow pass, trees pressing close on either side. The scent of pine hangs in the air, mixed with the faint dampness of moss-covered stones. Your horse snorts, breath puffing into the dark. The silence feels heavier here, wrapping around you like a thick cloak. A noise, a snap of a twig. You pull the reins instinctively, horse halting with a soft snort. Sir Alden raises a hand, signaling for stillness. Your heart pounds, ears straining against the quiet. Another snap, closer. Fingers tighten on the hilt of your sword, the leather grip familiar but cold. Then, a rabbit bolts across the path, its small form vanishing into the brush. The tension breaks with a sharp exhale. Sir Alden chuckles, shaking his head. Not everything's out to kill you, he says, spurring his horse forward. Relief washes through you, but you keep your hand near your blade, just in case. The road stretches on. Villages come into view, small clusters of homes with thin tendrils of smoke rising from chimneys. Lights flicker in windows, warm glows behind shutters. People peer out as you pass, faces lined with weariness and curiosity. Some nod, grateful for the presence of knights on these lonely roads. Others look away, weary and silent. By the time the patrol ends, the sky has begun to lighten, faint streaks of gray and pink creeping into the horizon. Your muscles ache from hours in the saddle, knees sore and back stiff. Still, as the castle walls come into view, there's a small measure of satisfaction settling in your chest. No battles tonight, no ambushes, just the long ride and the knowledge that the road remains safe. You dismount with a groan, legs protesting as your boots hit the ground. Sir Alden stretches his arms, joints popping. Not bad, he mutters. You stayed sharp. You manage a tired smile. I didn't fall asleep. That's the first step, he says with a smirk. The stable is warm compared to the chill outside. As you unsaddle your horse, the scent of hay and leather wraps around you, comforting in its familiarity. Fingers fumble with straps, muscles sluggish from exhaustion. Once the horse is cared for, you head inside, warmth hitting your face like a wave as you step through the castle doors. Your bed calls to you, and when you finally collapse onto it, the rough blanket feels like the softest thing you've ever known. Eyes close, breath slows. The road is long, the nights are cold, but out there, with only the stars above and danger lurking unseen. You found something you hadn't expected: steadiness. A knight's duty isn't just to fight, it's to endure, to protect even when no one sees, and you are learning, one ride at a time. The castle grounds hum with energy long before the sun reaches its peak. For weeks, the talk had been of this day, whispers of knights traveling from distant lands, of prizes to be won, of honor to be claimed. But now, it's here. As you step onto the tournament field, the roar of the crowd rolls over you like a wave. Spectators line the stands, their voices blending into a mixture of cheers, laughter, and the occasional jeer. Banners flap overhead, vibrant colors catching the wind, their fabric snapping and tugging at the poles. Excitement fills the air, charged and restless. Your armor feels heavier than usual. The plates press against your shoulders, the padding beneath sticky with sweat despite the cool breeze sweeping across the field. You adjust your helmet, leather straps tugging at your chin, and glance toward the lists, the long wooden barriers where riders will charge, lances lowered. The grass, once green and even, now lies trampled and torn. Footprints, hoof marks, and the churned earth create a patchwork beneath your boots. The mingled scents of crushed grass, polished leather, and distant food stalls fill the air, undercut by the sharper notes of sweat and oiled metal. Sir Alden stands beside you, eyes scanning the field. "Stay calm," he says quietly. "This isn't the battlefield, but it can break you all the same." His gaze shifts to meet yours. It's not just about strength, timing, precision. Keep your head. You nod, throat tight. Across the field, your opponent mounts his horse, armor gleaming in the midday sun. His squire adjusts the lance, ensuring the grip is secure. There's a beat of stillness as both of you prepare, one breath held before the clash. Then the herald lifts a hand. Trumpets blare. Your horse surges forward, muscles rippling beneath you. Hooves pound the earth. Thud, thud, thud. Vibrations shooting up your legs, rattling through your armor. Wind tears past your face, eyes locked on the figure charging toward you. The lance is heavy in your hand, arms straining to hold it steady. Closer, closer, crash. The impact is brutal. His lance slams into your shield, the force jolting your entire body. Your own lance strikes, splintering against armor with a sharp crack. Wood shards fly, glinting briefly in the sunlight before scattering to the ground. You reel from the blow, shoulder aching as you pull the horse around for another pass. The crowd erupts, cheers, gasps, a few shouts calling for one more round. Heart pounding, you steady your breath. Hands tighten around the fresh lance passed to you. Your arms tremble from the strain, but there's no time to think, just move. Another charge, another clash. This time, you feel your lance connect solidly, sending a jolt up your arm. Your opponent wavers, knocked off balance but not down. Mud and grass kick up in your wake as you wheeled around again, adrenaline pumping so hard your chest feels ready to burst. 3 passes, 4. Sweat trickles down your back, soaking into the padding beneath the armor. Breathing comes in sharp gasps, mouth dry despite the cool air. Somewhere beyond the pounding hooves and roaring crowd, Sir Alden's voice cuts through. Steady yourself. On the first charge, everything narrows. The noise, the chaos, the crowd all falling away. There's just you, the horse beneath you, the lance in your grip, and the rider barreling toward you. Impact. Your opponent's lance glances off your shield, skidding past. Your strike's true, center mass. His body jolts, balance lost. For a split second, time stretches. Then he topples, hitting the ground with a heavy thump. The crowd explodes and cheers. You pull back, horse slowing to a canter, chest heaving with each breath. Your arm feels like it's been torn from its socket, and your legs ache from gripping the saddle. But as you circle toward the center of the field, your gaze finds Sir Alden's. He nods once, approval, hard-earned and quietly given. The herald raises a hand, calling the result, victory. You dismount, boots sinking into the torn-up grass. The world feels brighter, sharper. The roar of the crowd, now a backdrop to the rush of blood in your ears. Someone offers you a cup of water, which you drink greedily. The coolness washing away some of the dryness clinging in your throat. As you peel off your helmet, fresh air rushes over your sweat-damp hair. The crowd's cheers swell again as you lift the lance in acknowledgement, not for glory, not for the prize, for yourself, for every hour spent training, every bruise, every fall. You stood, you fought, and you proved yourself. And for now, that's enough. Glory fades faster than you expected. The cheers of the tournament crowd are now just a memory, replaced by the heavy silence of responsibility. No clashing swords, no roaring spectators, just choices and their consequences. You stand in the great hall before Lord Aemon. His face is calm, but his words weigh heavier than armor. Bandits have taken refuge near the village of Norwich, he says. They've stolen from our people, terrorized the roads. A pause. But they claim to be starving peasants, forced to theft by a poor harvest. Your chest tightens. Justice seems simple. Wrongdoers should face punishment. But hunger, desperation, these aren't things you can fight with a blade. You'll ride out with Sir Alden, the Lord finishes. Resolve this. Resolve. Easy to say, hard to do. Hours later, you sit astride your horse at the edge of the woods. The sky is a dull gray, clouds hanging low. The village lies just beyond the trees, smoke from hearth fires curling upward in thin trails. Villagers gather at a distance, faces drawn and wary. Sir Alden's voice cuts through your thoughts. What's your judgment? question lands like a weight in your stomach. Your gauntleted hands tighten on the reins. The cool metal presses against your fingers, making them feel heavier with every passing second. What do you say? Ride in, blades drawn, or speak first? Risk seeming weak. You glance at the trees, thin, leafless branches scratching against the sky. Somewhere beyond them, those accused wait. Thieves, perhaps, or just people pushed too far. Your heart thuds, loud and steady. Choices aren't made with swords, not these ones. We talk first, you say finally. Your voice doesn't shake, but it feels like it should. Sir Alden nods. Approval? Disapproval? Hard to tell. Lead on. The forest is quiet save for the soft crunch of hooves on dead leaves. Your pulse quickens when a voice calls out, "No closer." Figures emerge from behind fallen logs and rocks, ragged clothes and hollow cheeks, eyes that flick between fear and defiance. A woman steps forward, a crude blade in her hand. "We didn't ask for this," she says. Her voice is rough, cracked from cold and hunger. We needed to eat." The words hit harder than the sword ever could. You dismount slowly, gauntlets clinking as you lift your hands to show you mean no harm. "Stealing from the village only brings more trouble," you say. "There are other ways." "Easy for you to say," a man snaps. "You've food, warm clothes." The truth stings. Sir Alden speaks up. "The Lord could show mercy if you return what you've taken and agree to work the land come spring." Silence stretches. Breath clouds the air between you all, fading as fast as the certainty you thought you had. What's right? Punish them, and children might starve. Let them go, and law means nothing. Your gaze drops to your hands. The gauntlets feel like stone now, too heavy, too cold. This is what they don't tell you in stories. After what feels like hours but is only minutes, the woman lowers her blade. "We'll work," she says. Her voice is softer. We want to live." You nod. Relief, guilt, something heavier than both curls in your chest. That night, you kneel in the chapel. Candles flicker along the altar, tiny flames dancing with every draft. Wax pools at your feet, hardened into soft lumps beneath your knees. Your armor rests beside you, gauntlets off. Bare hands pressed together in prayer, or maybe just thought. Was it the right choice? Will it ever feel like enough? The chapel is silent, no answers come. Only the steady burn of candles and the weight of decisions that never truly leave you. You breathe in, slow and steady. Knighthood isn't about glory. It's about choices, about living with them afterward. And tomorrow you'll have to live with this one. The great hall is filled with people, yet the silence is almost complete. Boots scuff softly on stone as you step forward, the weight of your armor a familiar pressure on your shoulders. Each breath feels heavier than the last, heart pounding with a mixture of nerves and something deeper, something you can't quite name. Candles line the walls, their flames casting a warm glow that softens the edges of the cold stone room. Above, banners sway gently in the faintest draft, colors rich against the gray walls. Rows of knights stand to either side, their gazes steady, their faces marked by lines of experience. Among them stands Sir Alden, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. But when your eyes meet, he gives the smallest smile. Lord Aemon stands at the front of the hall, robes pooling at his feet, the ceremonial sword resting in his hands. The blade is simple, no gems, no intricate designs, but the weight of its meaning is heavier than any treasure. You reach the center of the hall and drop to one knee, head bowed. The stone floors cool beneath you, a steady anchor in the swirl of emotions pressing in from all sides. Pride, fear, and relief. A hush falls over the room as the Lord steps forward. His voice, when it comes, is measured and calm, echoing through the hall without effort. You have trained, you have fought, you have served with loyalty and courage. Today you stand before us, ready to take on the mantle of knighthood. With it comes honor and responsibility. The sword rises, the cool air shifts as the blade hovers above you. Then, tap. It touches your left shoulder. Cold steel meets fabric, sending a shiver down your spine. For courage, Lord Aemon says, tap. Right shoulder. The chill of the blade is sharp against your skin, even through the layers of your tunic and armor. For loyalty. Your heart beats faster, ears ringing with a rush of blood. You keep your head bowed, the weight of the moment pressing into you, sinking deeper than the sword's touch. A pause, then the blade rests just above your head. And for honor, rise and bear it well. You stand slowly, legs stiff, breath catching in your throat. As you lift your gaze, the sword lowers to the Lord's side. The silence stretches for a heartbeat longer, then breaks. Applause swells through the hall, hands clapping against leather gloves, metal gauntlets striking against armor. It's a sound that seems to fill every corner of the room, reverberating through your chest. Warmth floods through you, pride mingling with relief, nerves unraveling into something steadier. You catch Sir Alden's eyes again. This time, his smile is unmistakable. Approval, respect. A page approaches, handing you your sword now. You take it, fingers curling around the familiar hilt. It feels different, heavier, and yet lighter all at once. Not just a weapon, but a promise. The hall begins to empty, conversations bubbling up as the tension of the ceremony fades. Laughter rings out in pockets, talk turning to the feast to follow. But for a moment you stand still, letting the weight of what just happened settle over you. You are a knight, not just in title, in purpose and responsibility. The sky stretches wide and bright, sunlight streaming through the open doors of the hall. As you step into its warmth, the air feels clearer, fresher. The road ahead is long, challenges still waiting beyond the horizon, but you carry something now that you didn't before, something that no one can take from you. Honor earned, duty accepted. You walk forward, head high, heart steady, and for the first time, the title feels like it truly belongs. Your armor, once awkward and heavy, now fits like a second skin. The sword at your hip is no longer just steel and leather. It's a part of you, a reminder of the promises you've made and the battles you've fought. Faces and places flash through your mind, fellow squires laughing after long days, the calm gaze of Sir Alden, the weight of decisions that will stay with you forever. The road ahead stretches out, winding and uncertain. There will be hardships, battles to fight, people to protect. Not every day will be filled with glory. Some victories will be quiet, helping a farmer defend his land, standing watch on cold nights, offering a kind word when it's needed most. And yet, there will be moments that remind you why you chose this path, the look of gratitude in someone's eyes, the rush of pride after a hard-won fight, the steady knowledge that you stood for something when it mattered. As the sun dips below the horizon, the sky blazes with gold and crimson. Your polished armor catches the fading light, gleaming softly in the twilight. A breeze stirs in your cloak, carrying with it the familiar sense of earth and distant fires. You take a deep breath, chest rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm. And you realize this is just the beginning. And so, dear traveler, be proud of yourself, for you have walked the long and hard road to becoming a knight. Wherever your road leads from here, may it be guided by courage, tempered by wisdom, and carried forward with honor. Until next time, rest well, dream deeply, and I'll see you in the next one. Good night.